Peter, do you have anything to pull out? Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for attending today's October 20th Board of Supervisors meeting at 9 a.m. called to order. Can I have a pledge of allegiance by Supervisor Mark Medina?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Medina. We will now acknowledge certificate of posting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Medina, second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Gracie, we will now, per government section code.
Good morning, everyone. Members of the public who wish to speak during public comment may Good morning, everyone. Members of the public who wish to speak during public comment may either press star 9 or the raise your hand icon if they're participating by Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Gracie. Now, we will do board presentations. The first one will be a presentation certificate to Kathy Postigo, the Administrative Services Specialist for COG for over 36 years. Is Kathy here? Ah, there you are. Actually, before, can I get a motion to approve the certificate of recognition for Kathy?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Medina, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Thank you, Kathy. What you want to do right there?
You want me to do it over here?
Yeah, we're used to over here. Yeah. Okay, Kathy, thank you very much. You know, myself, Supervisor Patello, and your fellow supervisors, Medina and Peter Hernandez, would like to commend you and give you wish well in your service and then your future endeavor for the next the number of years that you work for San Benito County, and especially for COG for 36 years. This is a milestone, and you're about to start another one, so we want to just congratulate you on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. Congratulations, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd just like to say a few things. Good morning, Chair and Board. First, I'd like to thank John Hodges for giving me my career at start of my career at San Benito County. Dave Edge for giving me the confidence of an accountant position, though I didn't have a degree, saying that the only thing education proves is how long you can sit in a classroom. Dave, with having a PhD. Herman Fell for taking a chance on me as an accountant. Lee Collins and bringing me over to HSA. And finally, Mary Gilbert to advancing me to Administrative Services Specialist. To, or as I like to refer to myself as to an ask to, government acronyms. It has been a long haul for me in county government, as before my 36 and a half years at San Benito County, I worked 7 years in Merced County, 43 years in county government. I always wanted to work for some sort of government or utility corporation, as I came from a farming background, and I felt that it was more stable and had retirement and benefits that my parents never had. There were always challenges when I was young, but my mother said they were character building. I had my fair share of character building. I can say that I've worked with a lot of wonderful people and made a lot of great friends working here. The first 25 years or so working with the county was a great team, like a family. We went through earthquakes, the recession, and furloughs, and came out of it all well. There have been a lot of changes, some good, not so good. I'm sad to see the separation of the board and administration from the employees. Sad to see benefits that kept me here for 36 years taken away, such as county paying both sides of our PERS, 100% of medical paid for employee only. And I thought that as long as I retired after 2013, I'd have 100% of my medical would be paid in my retirement. But as I learned a lot in San Benito County, I made a lot of lifelong friends. I wouldn't change that for anything. This is the best was about working for San Benito County. I am leaving my current job as it will be sad leaving my current job as it's the longest stint I've had with the county. They are a great group of women, and I will be there for them if they need me. But now it's time to start a new beginning in my life, and so I thank you, San Benito County.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Kathy. Again, thank you, Kathy. We really do appreciate your services. Next one is the Behavioral Health Department, and Supervisor Mark Medina will make the presentation.
In front of me, I have a proclamation. Whereas alcohol, tobacco, and drug abuse cause California billions of dollars every year and impedes the ability of Californians to lead healthy, productive lives. And whereas the California Department of Healthcare Services, the Behavioral Health Department, Department of Education, local law enforcement, Hollister Recreation, Hollister Fire Department, and other community-based organizations have historically embraced the California Red Ribbon Celebration to highlight and support substance abuse prevention. And whereas Red Ribbon Month provides a forum for parents and children to join with behavioral health and other community organizations to demonstrate their commitment to leading a healthy lifestyle free of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. And whereas this year, the 31st annual Red Ribbon Month will be observed nationwide with a variety of activities designed to promote positive peer pressure, healthy decision-making, and a lifestyle of free substance abuse among our nation's young people. Now, therefore, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of October 2020 as Red Ribbon Month in San Benito County. Thank you.
Is there anyone from the audience here to pick up that certificate? No? Okay, thank you. We'll send it to the department. Thank you, Supervisor Medina.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to the fun part. This is the public comment. This is an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954-2. Do we have any speaker cards?
Good morning. Is this on? Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Veronica Lizama. I'm a SEIU president and employee at the Council of Governments office. Although many communities continue to struggle financially during this pandemic, some rural counties, such as San Benito County, are actually experiencing an increase in revenue. This is according to the Institute for Local Government. This is further supported by the county's budget revenue forecast that shows an increase in property tax revenue through fiscal year 22-23, which is attributed, and I quote, multiple housing developments that started before the pandemic that are leading to a positive forecasting outlook on property taxes, as noted on the county's website. And we can all agree that with additional revenue comes greater responsibility to be good stewards of public funds. For this reason, we need to champion for living wages and employee retention of county staff, because each time that the county loses an employee to significant increases in the employee contribution to healthcare, for example, we end up paying more to hire new staff and train them as well. By investing in our existing workforce, we address staff turnover, longevity issues, as well as the training ground mentality that continues to afflict this county. And as the county offers its support to new opportunities for job creation, let us also offer our support to local government jobs. As you know, oftentimes these developments take time to come to fruition. So what better way than to have immediate impact on job creation and retention than by supporting our very own county employees that have stepped up during this pandemic. So on behalf of your county employees, we ask for your support during labor negotiations as we continue to serve our residents with much dignity and respect. Thank you.
Next speaker card.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Christina Chavez, and I come to speak today not only as an essential worker, being an auditor appraiser for the Assessor's Office, but also as a steward and chapter vice president of our local SEIU chapter board. I understand that the coronavirus has disrupted everyone's lives. It has especially disrupted all of the county employees who are essential workers. Those who are parents like myself have had an increase in responsibilities due to schools now being taught online. This has resulted in us parents having to stretch ourselves even thinner so we can tend to our children's increased educational needs. Some of us have been lucky enough to be able to adjust our work schedules and work remotely partially throughout the week to help with our work-life balance. But others whose department heads who are not supportive of telecommuting or whose jobs are unable to be performed remotely are having to use their personal time, which is causing an additional burden. In addition to the added stress of meeting our children's needs, we are also having to take extra precautions to protect our high-risk loved ones at home. We are exposing ourselves every day as we surround ourselves with coworkers and especially those who continue to engage with the public. Unlike other larger counties who have instilled the majority of their staff to continue to work from home full-time, the majority of our essential employees have not had that luxury, but have continued to show up to work in person and serve our community throughout this pandemic anyway. The dedication of my colleagues has been admirable and should be noted. With that said, I ask the board to please consider the offer that our bargaining team has at the table and to see this as an opportunity to show all of the county employees that their time away from their families and risking their health and safety by continuing to serve our community is appreciated, and agree to a contract that is fair and favorable for the workers. Thank you.
Next speaker card.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Regina Valentine, and I work at the COG office, as well as I'm a member of the San Diego County SEIU bargaining team. As you know, we are in the process of contract negotiations, and I wanted to ask you today for your support for a contract that reflects the vital services that we, your county staff, assist you in providing the community with. For example, at the COG office, I oversee the county's public transportation service, ensuring that seniors and people with disabilities have rides to life-saving medical services such as dialysis. Although this is specific to my work, as you know, all county employees answer the call to serve the public, which deserves extra acknowledgement during these trying times. Although we are dedicated to our community, the ever-increasing amount we contribute to our health insurance and other financial stressors make it more difficult for us to do so. I personally have to try to figure out where in my family budget I can find the extra $170 a month to afford and to retain my current health insurance starting in December. This equates to a 20% increase in my contribution to keep the exact same level of coverage. We greatly appreciate the support you've provided us in the past, and thank you in advance during this bargaining cycle. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Members of the public
One more.
who wish to speak on items not found on the agenda may raise their hand using the icon or press star 9.
Go ahead, Elia.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. I'm up here, first of all, shame on me for not really paying attention to the packet the last meeting, and I knew that Recology, the contract would be negotiated again, or be brought back on December the 7th, I believe. Not knowing at that time, but last night I found out that what they're doing is that they're, Recology is deferring the rate raise for 6 months. Deferring means that they're going to ask for us to pay for it at the end. So no matter what, Recology is getting their rate increase. And next year, July, they can come back and they can ask for it again. So here's that's my understanding. So for instance, for the city of Hollister, it was mentioned last night that it is going to be over $200,000 that we will be responsible for, and those are the ratepayers. They send out notices, and when I say they, it's actually goes under the county. They drafted the letter, Recology drafted the letter, or Kathleen. And I think Kathleen forgets that she works for the county, she works for the city of San Juan Bautista and Hollister. Negotiations is because she represents us and she's supposed to be working in our best interest. So I just want the people to know out there, they're saying last night that they were the lowest bid. They were not the lowest bid when we were up for a contract. Actually, Green Waste was the lowest bid. Recology came up, and what they did is they lowered the rate for the residents, but they increased the rate for the businesses. And now that we hit the pandemic that nobody foresaw, we're in an economic crisis, and I asked that Recology stay the rate increase, which would mean that no one would have to pay for anything. But now we find ourselves as ratepayers that we're going to eventually have to pay for it. Kathleen mentioned that it's only $1.45. It's $1.45 per can, but we are in an economic crisis, and we just had these people come up here and speak for you, that somebody has to come up with an extra almost $200 to pay for their insurance. I have been advocating for a long time that we need to pay our county employees competitive wages so we can keep them. I came up here and I advocated against American Medical Response to get a 20% rate increase before COVID hit. And now these people want less than a 2% rate increase. I advocate for the Board of Supervisors that this position be a full-time position, and it's deserved as a full-time position, and your employees deserve their raise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Actually, no, not going to respond.
There was no response. It's a point of clarification from our CAO.
We're going to have to wait till after closed session.
After closed
After
session?
public session.
Okay, fine.
No, I'll wait for opportunity.
No, after, yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Betancourt.
Yeah, Richard Betancourt, 4140 Southside Road. I would like to thank Supervisor Medina and Planning Commissioner Robert Gibson for keeping their constituents aware of what was going on with the road repair on Southside Road. Wow, what a difference. Anyway, I've been up and down that road with my Model A, and it doesn't shake as bad now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, Carden. Do you have any Zoom
Yes.
speakers?
Wayne, if you can state your full name for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
This is Wayne Norton. During these difficult times, it's important to make sure that county employees are compensated fairly. Many of our employees already struggled economically before the onset of the COVID pandemic. It is now vital that our essential workers be able to access quality health care and provide support for their families. I urge the board to offer a contract that is fair, equitable, and economically sound. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller ending in 141, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Caller ending in 141, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Sandra Mata. I work for the County of San Benito, and I'm here to ask the board to consider giving us the request that we are making currently. I wanted you guys to know currently the cheapest county healthcare plan for an employee for a family is $1,500, and I feel like I should repeat that again. The cheapest county healthcare plan for an employee portion is $1,500 a month. In a paycheck, that takes a big hit, especially if you're trying to support a family. An office assistant starts at $13.69 per hour, an eligibility specialist at $16.64 per hour, and an employment counselor at $19.27. If the healthcare plan costs an employee of $1,500 a month, that's approximately $8.60 an hour going towards healthcare benefits. How does that work for the majority of our employees who earn $13, $16, or $19 an hour? How does one afford to insure their family? How do we sustain a workforce with this plan? Frequently, coworkers state that they are on Medi-Cal or Covered California as they are unable to afford a county health insurance. This should be a rarity and not the standard. This board regularly speaks of bargaining good jobs, San Benito County, such as the Stado Verde project. This brings the question of what does a good job look like in San Benito County? Is it a good job with affordable health care, living wages, a local workforce, or is it one of low wages, unaffordable health care benefits, and high workforce overturn? It is a good job. Is it a good job in San Benito County, one that isn't hugging the poverty line? If we are required these, quote, good job standards for those industries waiting to do business in San Benito County, do you think we should be setting the standard for what it looks like? We should be confident in saying that being an employee of San Benito County is having a good job. My coworkers and myself know that these are unprecedented and trying times. We are grateful for the board's action in regards to COVID times, leaves, and flexibility with us as we navigate school closures, public health, and the current reality of a pandemic. But we are drowning. In a time when we need our health care, maybe more than ever, is when it becomes the most unaffordable. We need change, and we need your help. If you do nothing in this contract and the healthcare rate stays at the present for 2021, then we are taking pay cuts. We need living wages, affordable health care. Taxable stipends do not move us in the right direction and should be off the table.
Thank you very much. Next speaker card.
Courtney, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Evans. I'm a business owner and San Benito County resident. My comments this morning pertain to my request to that go into the Freedom of Information Act and my public records request. Myself, I'm representing businesses in San Benito County and what was deemed as non-essential. I have agendas here that are labeled enforcement team, San Benito COVID-19 enforcement team, business enforcement team, non-essential business enforcement team. Under the San Benito County letterhead, and my public requests have been well overdue. I'm asking for emails from Ray Espinoza, Tracy Belton, all of the board, city, and our public health officer, including Dr. S, since March. This falls under our right to, under the Privacy Act. Like, we get to have this information. These meetings were not talked about on record to the public. The public was not notified about these meetings. And I want to know the things that were discussed. The people that were listed here, you're making decisions and enforcing something that the public health office has clearly stated as guidance. And now you have these meetings all of these months, made these enforcement teams, and I've asked legally, who is overseeing Tracy Belton? Who's overseeing Megan Cramble to put out these calls to harass businesses? Just last week, a business owner was harassed. So this is still going on. My information requests have been ignored. I've asked Barbara Thompson specifically in regards to the legalities of this and how are the public supposed to get the information from the public health department when they aren't responding to the email. So who's overseeing them? I also am concerned about a third attachment in the agenda. Let's see here, labeled final ordinance regarding masks. It's dated October 6th. Again, this is something that has been voted down at the board, and it's hidden within the agenda to talk about. We're not being transparent. I'm here to ask for these emails. I'm here to ask that my public records request be fulfilled. The public, these business owners would like this information, and we want to know who is giving these orders and who has the authority.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Susan, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Susan Logue. I'm a resident of Hollister. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, those of you that have been serving so well these past few years, and just wanted to say thank you for your service. This week is National Friends of Libraries Week, and we usually celebrate it by having a children's writing contest, and then we have a nice event at the library. But we weren't able to do that this year due to COVID, and so we put on a virtual auction. So if anybody would like to support the library and its services, you can go to www.biddingowl.com, and you'll see our baskets that are up for donation. You can also go to our Friends of the Library page and also our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Wendy, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Solorio. I'm a lifelong resident of San Benito County. I'm also a long-term employee of the Department of Child Support Services. I just want to comment that I believe this board and the county administration, along with the executive board and the negotiating team of SEIU, have made great strides in the last 12 years that I've been employed in their openness, transparency, and communication. I'm requesting the board really consider, offering a fair contract back to our employees. As you know, it's just kind of never been the right time for us to be taken care of. And I think now is the time. Basically, coming from a private sector of family business owners, I really think that when you are able to take care of your employees, you should. And that way, when there is times that you can't necessarily give to them, then there's a mutual understanding. I supervise staff that are really struggling. My insurance for a single person only is going to be going up to almost $500 a month. That's 500 times what I was paying when I was hired with the County of San Benito, and it's very, very concerning. So I appreciate all of the work that you're doing. I appreciate that we do have a new board coming on, but I do think it's time, basically in our budget for at least the next 1 to 2 years, that you give the authority to the CAO and the bargainer to at least offer us something fair that's going to sustain us for the next 1 to 2 years during these unprecedented times. Thank you so much for your consideration. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Thank you very much. And I'll close public comment. Ray, you'd like to respond?
Sure, no problem.
Accusations that were made in public?
Sure, no problem. So, the meeting date, 10/6/2020, there was an agenda item that was prepared from our RMA agency. And in that staff report, and I'll read it word for word, explains where these funds are coming from. And there's basically an offsetting of funding to cover the cost for the lost revenue for Recology. The balancing account will reflect any payments due from Recology to the member agencies for liquidated damages and performance disincentives as a credit towards paying off the $251,000 approximately in a rate revenue owed to Recology for the 6-month deferral. So basically, it's just a deferral, Mr. Chair, of those costs to cover them. So that's, I just want to make sure that there was clarity with that.
But the ratepayers aren't paying that back. It's in this balance sheet account.
You're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, both to Supervisor Medina and CEO Reyes-Espinosa. That leads us to our department head announcements, right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a few announcements today. One I'd like to make is we had your board actually move forward with a public health or a public hearing item from the LECO project to be heard November 17th. We are actually going to be hearing that item November 3rd, and I want to make sure the public is aware of that. It's been posted as well as the board. So just keep that in mind. It'll be November the 3rd, 9 a.m. or soon thereafter. With regards to notifying the public, I wanted to make sure that the board and the public was aware that your board has county email, has had it since the inception of our email system, and when you actually have been hired, we actually implemented a new website, and unfortunately there was a transposing of the email, and you had your own personal email accounts on. So that item was brought up. I wanted to make sure there was a point of clarity for everybody that that website now should be updated with your county email addresses. With that as well, I wanted to make sure that there was a point of clarity with healthcare. There is a, let me get this. There is a point that was made with regards to carrier rates. We have, I'll just pick up a plan for our healthcare, a single 932, two-party, $1,800 approximately, and $2,400 for family approximately. The county contributes $550 for one person, $1,050 for an employee plus one, and for family, $1,315. So there's a subsidization by the employees that cover the cost. So $191 biweekly, $400 and $554. So those, I just wanted to make sure that there was a point of clarity with that. Again, those are approximate numbers, but there's a subsidization. The county pays the majority of it, and then the employees pay a portion. And unfortunately, those rates have been going up. So I don't want to belittle that. It has been difficult for our employees, and we'll be talking to you about that as well. So with that, I just wanted to make sure that there was some clarity, because I think there was a comment said that the employees are paying the full $1,500.
Mr. Chair? Can I interrupt you there, Ray?
Yes, sure.
You know, in the private sector, when expenses start to get out of control and they start to increase, specifically medical, I've been through several times. You know, you either look at benefits, changing some of the benefits, or also changing the the carrier. Have we looked at that, or are we trying to investigate that to see if there are better options out there?
It's a good point. Thank you, Mr. Medina, Supervisor Medina. Yes, we are actually advocating and looking for that. We have been in discussions with the unions. Unfortunately, when we removed from CalPERS approximately 4 years ago, we are required to stay outside of CalPERS for 5 years. So this next year, we are in the process of working with CalPERS to go back to CalPERS after our 5-year hiatus. So basically, the rates, just for notification, the rates are very good in comparison. Obviously, CalPERS is a very large healthcare organization, and our costs right now are kind of amplified because we're in a smaller program when it comes to issues with healthcare. So that's one of the things that we're looking at, and we're discussing with the unions as well.
Ray, actually, Supervisor Medina does brings up a good question, and I'm always on top of this. I think it would be beneficial to the entire new board that comes in next year. I would recommend that the first couple meetings, you put an item on the agenda and explain how rates and how contracts are bidded out there and the benefit of the county employees.
And you'll come back and teach it, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We know it already. You may continue, Ray.
Thank you,
Get some laughter in there, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that, I'd like to announce out that we have recently, as of yesterday, hired Benny Young. I'd like to invite Benny up to the podium. Benny Young comes with a wealth of experience in the planning, RMA, public works side of things. He is now our new RMA director. And he comes with just many, many years of experience, over 45 years. He's worked with cities and counties. He's worked in the Monterey County RMA office. So we're very excited to have Benny on board to spearhead our RMA office with the fantastic leadership as well as succession planning. And there's much work out there, so we're excited to have Benny. So I'd like to say welcome aboard, Benny, and if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Espinosa. Honorable Chairman, members of the board, I'm a career public servant. I graduated from the University of Arizona in 1974 with a degree in civil engineering and went straight to work for the city of Tucson, and I have continued to this day in public service. I view it as a noble calling, almost sacred, you might say. I just think the work is so valuable. It's my honor and privilege to have served 3 cities and 3 counties over the course of those years. It's been my honor and privilege to work here in the Central Coast. My wife and I moved here to the Central Coast in 2011 and have had a presence here ever since. And as Mr. Espinosa mentioned, I worked for several years, for almost 5 altogether, for Monterey County, including several years as the director of the resource management agency there. We love the Central Coast. We love this area. And it's my honor and privilege now to be your RMA director. And for those of you in the audience who may be working for that agency, it's my honor and privilege to serve you as well. I commit to you that I will give it my very best because I do value this work and I think it is so important and noble. And I commit to you that I will do my best to be a faithful servant to you, this board, to the county administration, and to the citizens of San Benito County. And thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll look forward to working side by side with you on the issues that we face. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All right.
If I can.
Actually, we do have a comment or question from Supervisor Patello. Go ahead, Supervisor Patello.
Yeah, I really want to, the RMA director, that's such a really big job, important position in our county. And I just am delighted that you're on board, sir. And I really look forward to taking you for a little ride in District 2 on some of our better problems that the county is facing. But welcome aboard and look forward to working with you for the next couple of months anyway until my successor takes my place.
Thank you so much, Mr. Botello, and I'll look forward to that ride. And even after you depart, I want you to know I acknowledge and appreciate your service to the citizens as well. And I'll be glad to take that ride even then. And I'll always be available to you. Thank you.
Okay,
All
thank you.
right. I believe we were going to be inviting Nora up to discuss or just talk about a grant, but I believe we're going to be pulling the item so she could talk about it
Okay,
at that
perfect.
point. So that's all the announcements, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, my apologies. We have one out of county counsel's office.
Sure.
Okay. First of all, and you can do this as a separate item, but we would request that there be an initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4, and that's initiation of litigation as an urgency item as the facts and circumstances which gave rise to that agenda item came to our attention after the posting of the agenda, and it cannot reasonably wait until the posting of the next agenda. And that would require the 4/5 vote to add it on the closed session today. And you can do that after department head comments or at the conclusion of today's meeting, whichever you would prefer. And then the second thing I wanted to clarify that on the COVID item, there should be no mask attached. Whenever that item was copied over from a previous agenda item, they probably just copied the agenda item itself with the attachments, and there is no action on those attachments. And that's just a holdover from a previous agenda item, and those will not be acted upon.
Okay, perfect.
I had a question about that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, because I'm thinking about the urgency ordinance, but go ahead.
Yeah, so how do we strike that, Barbara, from today's agenda? Sure that it has no,
Well, there's no action that's agendized to take it on it today. And you can nobody is gonna, we're not acting on that.
yeah, all I'm saying is, yeah, there's gotta be a.
And we'll make
clarity
sure that that doesn't
disavow
get
it.
on the next agenda.
Are you, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You're referring to number 20, you're referring to 14, right? Yeah, there is no action.
There is no action. We're not planning
So
on
there's no vote.
discussing it.
There would be no vote.
And I appreciate that, Supervisor Medina. All I'm saying is, for the sake of public trust, it'd be good to disavow it publicly, that this is something that was not intended, and then the goal is to remove it, as to a certain extent that it was a mistake on the county's part.
Right, if the, you can, we can,
Just for
we can strike those
clarification.
parts of the agenda. They're not intended to be part of this agenda.
Or we could just ignore whatever
Yeah,
that part of this.
that's fine.
And-
Just
Yeah,
same
it's
thing.
fine. There's no action gonna be taken. We're not discussing that.
And one more thing, Peter, if you read it. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito at the regular meeting held the 6th day of October.
Yeah,
And today's, the 20th,
way
so it's.
after, yeah.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
Clarity's
no, I
sake.
agree.
Yeah,
Just
I
clarity.
know some people, yeah,
Okay, and then back to the first one about urgency
yes,
ordinance.
yes.
Are we allowed to talk, what is it about, or is it something that has to be done in closed session?
Largely, it would be in closed session. I could give a little bit of more information if the board would like.
Well, I want to know, why is it so urgent? And for me to find out, we have to be in closed session, right?
Well, to go to closed session, you'd have to add it first into closed session.
Right.
You could add both that item and also the closed session item to meet to determine whether or not you want to go further and discuss it. But based upon our representation that this is a matter that could present a serious threat to property as an urgency item, then I believe that that's
Which
an
item are we
adequate
talking about?
representation to get it.
It's not even on here, and she can't even say it.
Yeah.
Well, that's confusing, because we're talking about it.
Yeah. I'm trying to, there are a couple options. One is I could call for a recess, and you can explain to me what's going on. Two, we can, in public, ask why is the need to go to urgency matter. Or three, we go to closed session, to talk about why it's a need. So I need your advice as legal counsel. Which of the three should I exercise?
Maybe we could take a 5-minute break. You don't have to do it right now, but we could go ahead and do the agenda, and when we have the next break, we can add that as an urgency item later in the agenda.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
I think
Alright.
at this point, it'd be good to clarify to the public what we're talking about, because we've got.
It will be classified to the public within due course. It will happen.
Yep.
The
Today.
public will be informed, absolutely, 100%.
Today? you're saying?
Today. Yes,
I
Supervisor?
will mention one thing, and I don't know if I can say this or not, but I'm going to say it anyway, is it's not COVID-19 related whatsoever.
That's true.
Whatsoever. Nothing to do with COVID-19 or the state or the federal government. Just want to,
Thank you, Mark.
clarify that.
Thank you. Thank you. Good point. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Let's get back to our agenda. Does that conclude your department head?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, now board announcements. Supervisor Medina?
I have none.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
I have none, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Supervisor Patello?
Yeah, I just have one. Supervisor Medina and myself, we did a AMBAG meeting this past week, and we had, it was a pretty simple agenda, but a draft report was presented to the board, and it's called a regional growth forecast, and we had some pretty serious issues with the projected numbers that San Diego County forecasted for population growth as well as job growth, and we're working with AMBAG staff, our staff, and Supervisor Medina and myself will be working with, try to get that, be a little bit more accurate, or at least understand how they came up with those numbers. Reason why it's so important is that, it's regionally, it has to do with transportation dollars and probably how the state looks at different areas as far as allocation of dollars, and we want to make sure it's accurate and we get our fair share. So, but that's about it. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patello. I have no comments. Now we go to consent. There's been a request by Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Patello to remove item number 2. Is there any other members of the public that wish to pull any of the other items?
Members of the public who wish to pull items from consent agenda, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers at this time.
Thank you, Grace. We do appreciate it. Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of number 2 for discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, number 2, Supervisor Medina?
I just wanted to bring Nora up to the podium. I think the reason I pulled this, and probably along with Supervisor Patello, was just to thank you for your persistency and the things you've done. 500,000 is a lot of money.
It sure
And
is.
I just wanted to say thank you and wanted to provide you with this time to kind of talk about what the outcome was and how you and your team, and a lot of your team, I would say, are non-paid staff. There's paid staff, but there's a lot of non-paid staff that really assist you. And I just want to say it takes a village to do things like this. And this is a perfect example of teamwork and everyone working together and seeing the fruits of our labor. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for all the work that the board does.
Yeah, and if I could add before Nora starts, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy that Supervisor Medina pulled that as well. I had a pleasant conversation with our librarian yesterday afternoon, and I really have been very proud of her accomplishments for our library, even prior to the COVID-19 crisis, as well as her staff has done a fantastic job, and we're just so blessed to have the volunteers that assist and make our library really a gem in the community. And I was just fascinated to see that how competitive this grant was and how fortunate that San Benito County was successful. And that says volumes about our librarian. And I think it was just too great of an accomplishment to have it buried in the consent agenda. And she should, kind of talk about, what that grant really means to our library. And thank you very much, Nora, for everything that you're doing.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure. I'd like Erin Baxter to come up, as she is my partner in taking on this challenge. And she is my second in command. And she's a hard worker and very dedicated, but so are a lot of my staff. So before I go any further, I wanted to say I want to compliment my staff, my entire staff, for doing the job that they do so that Erin and I could focus on this challenge and go forward and do the best that we possibly could and obtain the grant. I want to also thank Dr. Judith Munter from the San Francisco State University. These were individuals that wrote letters for the grant. Mary Schneider, a retired teacher, the Friends of the Library, Assemblyman Robert Rivas, Diane Ortiz, President of the Youth Alliance, Richard Perez, President of the League of United Latin American Citizens, Peggy Austin, retired academic librarian, Wayne Norton, member of the Coalition for a New Community Library and Resources. Supervisor Medina said, it takes a team. That is so true. No one does anything alone. In this particular case, we had the community to write letters, and there were beautiful letters indicating the need that exists in San Benito County. We had the staff support. I certainly had the support of my second in command. She is a super librarian, and I appreciate her greatly. What will happen with this almost $500,000 grant? It is a lot of money, and I'm hoping that this is going to cause a celebration in our community, because they look at our diversity, they look at our need, they look at the proposal and how it was written. We were told that it was a very good proposal. It had the statistical data that was there, so we were awarded. Before I have Erin share with you just real quickly, I want to let you know that this is a federal grant. There was 1,701 applicants that applied. Of that amount of folks, there were 68 that were chosen. 4 of those grants went to California. 2 of them went to museums, and 2 went to libraries. 1 went to Palo Alto, and 1 went to us. I'm proud to say that San Benito County received the highest award in the country. And I think it is because our leadership expects that the employees of San Benito County do the best they can with what they've got. And we continuously prove we're up to the challenge. Erin, you want to share a little bit as to what the grant will do? Come on up.
Good morning, board. We just wanted to share the specifics of what we will be doing with this funding. So first, this funding will allow us to hire a full-time librarian and 2 assistants to revitalize our digital services unit and build upon the virtual programs, services, and resources that the library has already been providing during the COVID-19 pandemic. We will also be purchasing a library kiosk to place into the community, where community members can check out and return books, DVDs, and other library materials without ever having to step foot into the actual library. We will also be purchasing a remote locker, which will also be used to distribute library materials, as well as supplies for community STEAM projects, also known as science, technology, engineering, and art. And lastly, we will be purchasing laptops, software, and Wi-Fi hotspots for community members to check out to help address the needs of those in our community who may not have access to either a computer or an internet connection here at their home. And we are just so excited about the opportunity and having the chance to help narrow the digital divide in San Benito County. Thank you for your support and for your leadership.
Thank you, Erin. So very much. We are going to be doing all of these things. It's going to be work, but we need it in our community. We need to address that digital divide and make it stronger. I have another grant that I'm working on that will help us with that as well, but I'll be telling you more about that. We should be receiving the word probably next week and maybe at the next board meeting, because I'd like to do an annual report for you at that time, and maybe we'll have more information. But thank you so much, board, for your support of the library, our CAO, for his guidance and leadership, as well as we go forward in providing library services to all our members of the community and working hard together to narrow the digital divide in San Benito County.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, any questions from the board? Hey, Ray, I got a quick question.
Sure.
This is a one-time grant money for 1 year?
It's one-time money over a period of 2 years.
Oh, dear. So at the end of the grant, how's these positions
So
being?
yes, and we've been working with HR, actually discussed this with our team and disseminating that to Nora's team, is basically we're looking at an LTP position, a limited term position, so that way we don't get caught up with potentially layoffs or other things. And a lot of times what happens is grants do get continued. They go after more grants so we can keep employees on longer, but that's what we're working on is LTPs and rolling this into an LTP program.
So when the money dries up, the position goes away?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And everybody's aware of it prior.
Okay, yeah, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank Nora as well and her team, doing a fantastic job. And, we're looking, we've been working with RMA as well as with Vanner on a master plan to address library services, in particular the library facility itself and expanding it. And I know that that's been a topic of conversation for a while now. COVID is kind of, there's been a lot of issues that have come up that we've been dealing with. But I just wanted to make sure that's still on the forefront. We will be bringing the master plan back during the board retreat, and we're going to be discussing about those expanded services, not only in the library, but in other offices as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, let's open up to the public. Anyone from the public?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the icon or press star 9.
Good morning, thank you. I just want to be part of the public that makes a comment about what's going on with the library. These people work really super hard. I mean, they're very, very dedicated, always out there trying to make money so they can actually build a new library. And I want to thank Supervisor Peter Hernandez and Supervisor Mark Medina, because they come to the meetings, they go to the meetings and want to be involved. The other supervisors also are aware of what's going on, but of course only 2 supervisors are allowed to attend meetings at a time. So, and those are the 2 that I've seen at the meetings regularly. The committee is very, very dedicated to this community, and I just want the community to know that they are working really hard, and we need more input from the community to help them. So those that are out there listening today or later on when they review it, please contact the library or contact Nora and find out what it is that you can do. We have a lot of people that are new to our community, and you bring resources or you're able to help them out. So I encourage you to try to help out with this project. It's the library is a safe place for kids to go to. It's an educational place, obviously, but more than anything, with kids from the high school come there and they have a place to socialize while they gather together. Some of these kids don't have access to internet, so they come to the library, and that's where they're able to access it. So it's very important, and I'm hoping that more people in the community will come forward with some type of resources that they can contribute to them so that we can move forward with a really great resource that's here in our community that more people should take advantage of. Thank you.
Wayne, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, hi, this is Wayne Norton. I really want to congratulate Nora and her team on this successful grant. It's terrific work putting together a very successful grant application. But as impressed as I am by bringing $500,000 to the community, I'm more impressed by the work that the grant will help us pay for. Nora and her team have understood that a library just isn't a brick and mortar building anymore, that you need accessibility, that modern library services include digital access. I am really impressed with the way that Nora and her team have understood about the digital divide in our county and how that is the equity issue of our day. I just think this is really solid community work. Congratulations, Nora and team, and I'm really proud to have played a small part in it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Susan, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Susan Logue, and as president of the Friends of the Library, I really want to commend Nora and her team and their leadership. I'm so thrilled that we've got this money to help the community and the many needs it has, and she's doing as much as she can with those monies that she gets. So bravo to Nora and the librarians there, the staff, and bravo to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for helping the digital divide to be addressed by our community.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Caller with the Galaxy Note, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, thank you. It took a little time for me to navigate this new phone I got in order to speak. But I wanted to congratulate Nora and all the people there at the library and Susan Logue with the Friends of the Library. And I wanted to remind the public that right now there is a fundraiser going on for the Friends of the Library. And if you'd like to put your hand in there to help our library, please do so. They do such a wonderful job. I was thrilled to see that $500,000 come floating their way. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Next speaker card.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I am co-chair of the Coalition for a New Community Library and Resource Center. I also want to congratulate Nora, Aaron, and the library on this grant. I also want to, I stepped away, but I wanted to say to Ray that we look forward to working together on securing funding and strategizing to expand the library and its resources to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Thank you. Barbara, quick question. Does this require 4/5 votes or simple majority?
Let's see.
It's not a budget augmentation.
Yeah, what was that? Why? I wonder whether. If I have a question, did you need any budget augmentation for this? Is it coming separately? It's in the packet. Okay, let me just confirm, then it would require 4/5 vote.
Okay, so 4/5 votes, okay. Any other questions? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion.
As staff recommended.
As staff recommended, number
Is there a
2.
second?
Second.
We're gonna do roll call because it requires 4/5 votes.
Hernandez? Yes. Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Botello?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 4-0. Congratulations. Okay, now we will go to regular agenda. And before we do that, I just want to take a quick 5-minute break with Barbara. So we'll have a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll come back, going back to regular session now. Hey, Barbara, you want to?
Yes, if the board would like to consider adding that item as a closed session item for initiation of litigation pursuant to 54956.9D4, it first needs to take a vote, adding it as a closed session based upon what that was conveyed to the board earlier, that it came to our attention after the posting of the agenda, and it cannot wait until the next meeting.
I make a motion to, per staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Okay,
Roll call vote for 4/5.
correct. It'll be a roll call. Questions?
Just clarity on the item again.
It's a closed session for initiation of litigation, 54956.9D4.
Correct.
Yes.
And then in closed session, it'll explain why we're going into, why we're adding it.
Yes, or I don't know.
Okay, roll call?
Hernandez?
Yes.
Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Botello?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we just added it to closed session.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Now we continue with regular agenda number 14. Health and Human Services Agency, Tracy?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the time this morning. I have a brief update for you. If we could advance to the next slide.
Give us a sec. We're going to do it right now.
Next slide, please. So as most of you are aware, we did as a county advance to the red tier, which is also known as the substantial tier. We did put out a press release so that the county was aware of what was covered in the red tier. I just wanted to reiterate that several industries were able to open indoors. They're listed here, and their capacity is listed as well. We just wanted to make sure that industries were aware that the way that we're determining the capacity is from the occupancy number provided by the fire department. It just provides the industries an easier way to determine what their capacity is. So if an industry does need assistance determining their occupancy, they can reach out to the fire marshal, Charlie Bedoya. He's willing to go over the capacity numbers with them. The lowest capacity, I think, is in the gym and fitness centers, is at 10% capacity. So we encourage the industries to still stay outdoors, expand both areas, indoors and outdoors. So for the restaurants in those areas, they can expand. And so this was good news for our county to move to the red tier, and we're hopeful that we stay there and advance to the orange tier soon. Next slide. Just wanted to, these are our numbers from last week that pushed us into the red tier. These numbers will be updated today at 12 by the governor's office. And so I encourage you all to look at the website to look at what tier we're in. And I just wanted to show you what it looks like now. They changed the format of that. Next tier. I'm sorry, next slide. And this is how the tiers are being measured. And so our goal is to move into the moderate tier, which is the orange tier. And so the rates are here listed for you. It's important that we do not look at the health equity metric. That does not apply to our county because we're a small county. That applies to the larger counties. And so we are only looking at the top number on the positivity rate. Next here. I'm sorry, next slide. So I just wanted to go over briefly how we moved to the less restrictive tier because it's a little bit confusing. So in order for us to advance to the lower tiers, a county must have two measures. They must have been in the current tier for a minimum of 3 weeks, and the county must meet criteria for the next less restrictive tier for both measures for the prior 2 consecutive weeks in order to progress to the next tier. So this is kind of an understanding of how we advanced to the red tier. So on October 13th, we moved to the red tier. We're required now to be in that tier for 3 weeks before moving to the less restrictive tier, and that's the requirement number 1. For this week's tier assignment, which will come out today at 12, we're hopeful that we'll remain in the red tier, and that will be our 2nd week of being in the red tier. So for the following week's tier assignment, so October 27th, if we remain in the red tier, that will be our 3rd week in the red tier that will help us advance to the orange tier. So if you look a little bit lower on the presentation, it talks about how to move to the orange tier, which this gets a little bit confusing. But if we remain in the red tier assignment on November 3rd, that would potentially be our first week that makes us eligible to move to the orange tier. And so moving into the orange tier, we require 2 consecutive weeks of the metrics to reflect the orange tier. And so the first potential time that we can move to that would be November 3rd. So we're looking at November 3rd to advance to the orange tier, which allows us to open more things and expand more things in our county. And so, you know, we just need to stay diligent with our numbers and continue to follow the face covering order and, you know, washing your hands and physical distancing in hopes that we will move to the orange tier. Next slide. Schools reopening. So now that we are in the red tier, we do have to remain in the red tier for 2 weeks in order for the schools to reopen. So as I mentioned at the last board meeting, we have 9 schools that were approved a waiver to open. They're already open. But for all the other schools, they have the option to open no sooner than Wednesday, October 28th. So that is the first day that any school within our county can reopen. And they do have to wait until that day to reopen, and it is their choice as a school setting to reopen. I know that there's been concerns about, you know, if we move back to a restricted tier, if they would have to close. And as it's indicated in the school reopening framework, schools are not required to close if the county moves back to tier 1, which is the purple tier. They just need to consider surveillance testing of their staff. So they have to just do more testing of staff. So it's good news for the county and the schools. We meet weekly or bi-weekly with all the superintendents. We have a meeting tomorrow. Supervisor Hernandez sat on some of those calls. I don't think he's been on recently, but we do discuss this, and the schools, I believe, are preparing and discussing these things internally to reopen the school settings. I know that the community is encouraged and wants the schools to open. So we are working with them to help them safely reopen in the event that that's what their schools want to do. So just a reminder, just for everybody, that they cannot reopen until October 28th unless they already have a waiver, then they're able to continue.
Hey, Tracy, Supervisor Medina has a question for you.
Yes,
Sure.
Ms. Belton, question on the schools. I just want to reiterate that come the, let's just say the 28th of October, they have the option, meaning we don't have a say in it. It's the Board of Trustees, whether it's the Hollister High School. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the Hollister School District already voted, and they stated that they weren't opening until next year, until January of 2021. Is that correct, Peter? Did you read that? The Hollister School District, I know you've sat on their board. I don't know if you followed that they're not opening until January 4th.
January 4th.
But the Hollister High School, their own Board of Trustees will have to vote on whether they want to reopen or not. Is that correct, Ms. Belton?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you for your help.
Sure, no problem. Next slide. Just wanted to show that we've updated our mortality demographics on our website to include a little bit more specific information on the deaths. There's been a lot of requests and questions regarding the deaths, so this defines them a little bit better. And just wanted to bring it to your attention. We have had 4 deaths. Our most recent was last week, and we will continue to update this as deaths occur in our county. This is just the updated testing information at our OptumServe site. Again, the OptumServe site is here until November 30th, and we are continuing to test. And you know, negative tests do help our positivity rate, and so I encourage individuals, if they feel the need or have the desire to test, that they utilize this service. Next slide. Just a reminder, our flu shot clinic, and we've added a couple more days, November 5th and November 12th. Just a reminder, this flyer is on our website as well, and it's important that you call and make an appointment for the flu shot. And we're just encouraging individuals to get the flu shot, as it helps simultaneous outbreaks of the flu and COVID-19 will drain our state healthcare resources, and we're encouraging individuals to get the flu shot. Dr. Ghilarducci's on the call. If anybody has questions for him, myself, or public health staff, we're here for any questions that we may be able to answer. And thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, hello, Dr. G. Thank you for being on our call today. on our board meeting. I had questions, and I had conversations with Supervisor Botello yesterday and our staff and CAO and some CSAC representatives, and I'm trying to understand. I know there's ongoing dialogue through CSAC to understand the metrics, how they apply to rural counties. There's questions about that. I mean, one of the questions, even just looking at the current, this is like the third time, right? So just for clarity, it's like the third that the rules have changed. So now there's this color-coded system, and in this system, I'm trying to understand how places of worship get 25%, and then retail establishments have 50%. The reason why I have that question is because, as an example, basically in places of worship, you go into your service, you sit down, you have a pastor, minister go up to the pulpit and speak, and it's just him speaking, right? 9 times out of 10, everybody's really silent. Families are, by default, families are the ones that are actually right next to each other. It's not people crisscrossing, yet in retail, that's the opposite, but for some reason, retail gets 50% and churches get 25%. I don't understand the purpose of that discrimination, why they're not at least even considered equal. Actually, the Constitution declares that they have, to a certain extent, higher priority. But and then the gyms and fitness centers, this is an environment where you're developing your immune system, you're strengthening your body. It's healthy for you. And there's easily an opportunity now, especially with the current situation with gyms. It's like literally a circuit scenario where you can totally create pods and isolate, and yet they get 10% capacity. So I don't understand how they get even less priority when technically these folks could actually be in a position to develop a healthier immune system in that environment, and to a certain extent they're being punished for that. And that's just my interpretation of it. But and then one of the things that we talked about yesterday on the conversation on the call with CSAC is how are we measuring the folks, or is there a metric where we know how many folks are basically working out of town? Because there's no, we have no control over the Santa Clara's jurisdiction, and we know that right around 60% of our folks actually work out of town. So to a certain extent, we're being punished for in an environment that we have no control over, which is our commuter. We've historically been known as a commuter town, and then as a small rural community, we don't have centers of commerce like big cities do. We don't have convention centers. We don't have. We just don't have that dense of a population. So there almost needs to be two different metrics. I know that's what we talked about. I know there's a lady, and Supervisor Botello agreed that with the support of the board, we want to have further conversations about how to prevent our community from ever going backwards. I believe we should be at a place to say we don't go backwards. But granted, all things being fair, having a conversation about what that means to protect the public health at the same time. So I know I shared a lot. Hopefully you were able to digest all that. Dr. G, if you can answer some of those questions, I'd really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Hernandez and the rest of the board. Good morning, and great questions. Please let me know if I miss one in reply. As far as the occupancy guidelines that have come down from the state, I was not engaged in any of the conversations and how these decisions were made, but I know the general principles where you might see a difference, say, between a church and a retail establishment is probably related to the activities in each. So in retail, generally there's more space dedicated to merchandise and so forth, so there's a kind of natural spacing, whereas in the church, there's at least a tendency, or at least the ability for people to be closer, plus the kind of social activities that happen before and after the service, and as well as singing. I think those are probably some of the factors that went into that, but I was not personally involved in those decisions that came from the state. As far as a gym, totally agree. Exercise is vitally important for all of us, and I do believe it strengthens the immune system and the cardiovascular system and even the neurologic system. I think one of the reasons why they limited capacity in that was in a setting where there's heavy exercise, there's heavy breathing, and the potential for propelling droplets in that setting are a little bit higher. There's also a lot of high-touch surfaces in a gym, so there's a little bit more tendency for things to be transmitted that way. But, these are kind of judgment calls that are made, again, at the state level. And forgive me, the last part of your question, if you could summarize that for me.
Yes, Dr. G. So when it comes down to the distinction between rural and large urban cities,
Yeah.
yeah, that you know, to a certain extent, ours is very unique in situation because we do have a vast majority of our population actually working out of town. So that by default
Yeah.
puts us in a very hard position to manage, right? So it really is. I mean, I've always pushed for, Dr. G, and hopefully you understand this, for a balanced conversation, because it's very easy to create a narrative where things are out of context because you're excluding things from that equation, and I don't think that makes it a fair statement. And I'm using as an example when there's this push for, you know, basically the masks become the solve-all, be-all of mitigating this virus, as if that somehow creates a magical barrier around San Benito County where you leave this town, you don't get sick out of town because the mask is going to do it all. Somehow it's going to impact even those folks. So, and I'm being facetious to a certain extent, but it's, I think, in context, because the reality is it creates this narrative that just wear the mask and it's going to solve everybody's problem, when there's other variables involved that we're not talking about. We're completely excluding from the conversation. I don't know if it's intentional or not. It doesn't matter at this point. What matters is we have an in-context conversation about how to protect public health and how to make sure we don't destroy our local resources via our economy.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, definitely the dynamics of a rural county, especially a bedroom community like ours, are a little different than an urban county, and we have different kinds of businesses, different places to congregate. And to some extent, we're only going to be as successful as our neighbors are successful. So there's no magic county line where the virus stops, obviously. And so if there's, you know, a raging epidemic in a neighboring county, and we saw this over the summer when the Central Valley was kind of blowing up, it was a delayed effect, but it came to San Benito County, and there's almost no way to prevent that. So the point is that we do need an approach that's more than just county level. The best we can control, obviously, is what we do in our county. Most transmission, as it turns out, is actually in households. So there's some sense to looking at counties, even if there are a lot of commuters. We're not seeing a lot of transmission in the workplace. It does happen, but most of the transmission we see is person to person within the same household. So there's that factor. And with regard to your comment on masks, you're absolutely right. Masks are not a magic solution, but they are part of a layered approach that are important. And, you know, I sort of think of when you're doing a painting project, the primer is just as important as the outer layer of paint. And both layers together provide much better protection than just one. And so masks are an important part, an important layer, but so is social distancing and hand washing and avoiding congregation of people from different households together. All of those things are important factors.
I appreciate those comments, Dr. G. I think they're well taken. So in context, from what I'm hearing from you, is because there's a layered approach, then there needs to be a layered approach from the Board of Supervisors to make sure that we're not trying to basically take a one-angled approach to solve the problems of our county, which I believe the board would support, that we need to figure out how we get people exercising again and back in the gym in a safe manner. How do we get people, their businesses to open up so they can take care of their livelihood, so they can pay their health insurance, and that way they can actually go to the doctor and have preventative care that might weaken their immune system if they're not, and then that way they can actually address their own health individually, not just in this communal effort. So I think this is an ongoing conversation, but I appreciate the comments, Dr. G.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Medina? No comment. Thank you. Supervisor Patello?
I just want to thank Tracy and Dr. G for their work. It's a real tough job. I know a lot of people probably are, not happy with what's coming down from the state. I know Supervisor Hernandez, myself, had a call with RCRC yesterday, actually, and, just to find out what other counties are doing as well as they kind of move through these colored tiers. And I'll be the first one to admit that I really wish we had a little bit more local control and some of the occupancy based rules. It's hard on some businesses, and it's hard. One restaurant may be different than the next restaurant, but it's so important for everyone, and it's everyone needs to participate in wearing your mask, washing your hands, and keeping social distance. And if we're able to do that, we're able to kind of move through these colored tiers and open up more as we go along. And we're need to do all these things. And I certainly appreciate Supervisor Hernandez's questions with the doctor, and continue to keep doing the good work and doing your jobs. Thanks.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patello. We're going to open up to the public.
Mr. Chair, we have we want to provide you an update with CARES and where we're at with all of our programming from a fiscal, financial, budget point of view. So I've invited Dulce and Stuart up to just give you a brief update on where we're at. Due to, obviously, we have about 2 months, two and a half months left, and I wanted to give your board a status report.
Perfect.
Dulce?
Thank you, Ray. And this is, last week we went over briefly all the programming. So again, we'll just give you the status update. So for the small business grant, effective last Friday, approximately 1.2 million went out to local businesses. We did commit 1.5. We have a few businesses pending items that need to be turned in. So the hard stop for them is actually today to turn in any missing things, or the end of this week. And then we are working with Community Foundation for the nonprofit allocations. They were issued the money from the county, and verified with Gary and team, they will be distributing the money to the local nonprofits. I believe they were aiming for this week, if not early next week. And then other programming we have for the administrative program to the local nonprofits. We are looking. We're currently in the process of executing contracts for that to get that money over to them. And then a second round of nonprofit funding, that's $63,000. Part of that was reduced to assist the city's facility readiness program. But that $63,000, we're gonna work with Community Foundation to support local nonprofits. And then the community, the rental assistance, utility assistance, and food voucher program, we actually extended that through November 4th. And that's being ran out of CAB, and Enrique and his team are managing that program. So that just got extended through November 4th. For the city's programs, we're just waiting on the cities to provide the executed MOU. But as soon as we get that through, we'll distribute the funding. And then what else? The hospital, we have an agreement with the hospital for the $200,000. So that should go out very soon. Personal protective equipment, we've actually have purchased a little over $500,000 in personal protective equipment. And then currently, IT expenditures, we're pretty close to target onto the 1 mil. Elections and county expenditures, I think Stuart can talk more to that, but these are to cover any expenditures not covered by FEMA and other county-related expenses, but this is programming and kind of where we're at. I don't know if you guys have any questions regarding anything or.
Questions from the board? None? For the public?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Courtney, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Evans. I am a business owner and San Benito County resident. I have a letter here from Mr. Garladucci to the city manager of Atwater. And in there it states, on May 4th, 2020, the governor issued Executive Order N-6020. The order allows local jurisdictions to take measured and meaningful steps to modify public health directives where public health data supports such a decision. So our board has the jurisdiction and it has the power to make decisions. So to completely keep deferring is unnecessary. It also states in here that he's asking that the city of Atwater rescind their papers to release this emergency that is unnecessary. He also says that this funding is conditional on the jurisdiction's adherence to federal guidance and stay-at-home requirements. Basically, following the orders is how you're going to get your money. That is bribery. This is lobbying. We do not have to follow every step, and the governor continues to change these criteria. Like Mr. Hernandez stated, 3 different times this has changed. So our board has the power to change this. Placer County has ended the emergency. The Orange County Board of Education has white papers filed. And I believe that Mr. Garladucci sending letters with Gavin Newsom's name right next to it for Cal OES is a conflict of interest, in that this is about money. This isn't about health. We heard him say this is person to person in the same household, that these are guidelines, that we're not seeing this in the workplace. But yet we are being discriminated against for our freedoms to go out and exercise, to go out and worship. This is in violation of our Constitution. I urge you to please uphold your vow and oath to the Constitution and represent the people of this community instead of adhering to the governor's ridiculous orders and the people that are working for him. It's clear about money. I have the paper right here. I'd be happy to share it with anyone who wants to see it. Mark S. Garladucci, signed on July 23rd, 2020. This is not about health and wellness. This is about control. We heard the governor say yesterday that he's been in the vaccine business for a really long time, that he's not going to listen to other people.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah, Chair.
Oh, we do? Okay. For members of the audience, okay.
Hello? Okay, there we go.
We can hear you.
I'm sure you'll have more speakers after I speak. Science changes. That's why it's called science, and that's why decisions are made. The layered approach is what we are doing now, based on science, based on the data, and based on facts. The layered approach is not going to be made on emotions, politics, and profits. It's disheartening that this virus has separated members of our community into 2 sections, the pro and the con. But this is just not a community. I've spoken many, many times that this is a world pandemic, as it affected the world, not just us, but because we live in our bubble, and we see our neighbors all the time. That's how it's affected us. There are 14 deaths in our county as a result of COVID complications. Can you, Supervisor Peter Hernandez, go to these 14 people's families and tell them that this is all about politics and it has nothing to do with a virus? No, you can't. It's impossible to do that. This is an emotional reaction to the people whose they've lost a family member. They can't bring them back. We couldn't even have funerals for more than 10 people. We're not supposed to be having gatherings for more than 10 people. It's been happening. The mask I wear and the majority of the citizens of this community wear is because they know that it is for our health that I wear this for you. I'm not wearing it for me. I'm wearing it for you because I don't know from one day to the next if I'm affected. I don't know what a person with underlying conditions have that I can affect them because of their immune system. You don't know what a person looks like that's gone through cancer and their immune system is low. So that's why we wear the masks. The masks work. Science, data, and facts over emotions, politics, and profits. The board made a decision based on the science and the data and the facts that come from the public health officer who supersedes anyone up here for the benefit of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other speak cards, I will bring it back to the board. Okay, what's the, any other direction from the board? This is just informational?
That's correct, just information.
Okay, there's no final thoughts. Okay, thank you. We will continue to number 15, receive information presentation from San Benito County Chamber of Commerce. Do we have a speaker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have Michelle Leonard, the CEO for the San Benito County Chamber, online, and she'll be presenting for us on this next item. Michelle?
So, also Jen Rodriguez.
Jen Rodriguez, if you can please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Michelle Leonard, if you can press star 9 or the raise your hand icon.
Okay, so Jen just got promoted to panelist. I'm sharing the presentation. So Jen, just let me know when you're on.
All right.
Thank you.
There we go. We had some technical difficulties. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Hello, and my name is Jennifer Rodriguez. I am the Director of Tourism and Hospitality for the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Center. We are so very grateful for the opportunity to present a report on the allocation of economic development funds provided by the county, including supporting information regarding programs that we have been able to implement through the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Center. We would not be able to continue supporting all businesses and tourist attractions within San Benito County without the COVID-19 pandemic, without the financial support of San Benito County. We are really excited to share information regarding our growth in our digital reach and our collaborations that have been formed in this past year. As required in our MOU, we have maintained a tourism committee, and our tourism committee has grown to over 13 local business owners spanning over many industries, and we are actively working together to promote San Benito County retailers, lodging, manufacturers, restaurants, and destinations. We have prepared a PowerPoint presentation to share with the Board of Supervisors, county staff, and our community. If anyone has any questions about the content on any of the slides, please let us know and we can stop to discuss, or we can circle back at the end of the presentation. All right. Next slide, please. All right. Here's the projects that we have completed from 7/1/2019 to 6/30/2020. As you will see, we have created a business and visitors guide with over 10,000 copies that have been distributed throughout California in many destination and marketing areas. We have allocated funds to be in Sunset Magazine in the international print and digital reach, Santa Cruz Magazine editorial, Savor San Benito website design and a complete build out, the VIA Magazine and the AAA Magazine with editorials and reviews for 1 year, Central Coast Tourism Council membership, which helps promote San Benito County throughout the Central Coast and California. We have partnered with Visit California for the 2020 official vacation map to put us as an itinerary and destination point of visit for our national park. Discover San Benito updated our branding and our logos. We partnered and were in present for the Casa de Fruta Vintage Trailer Expo, the Garaham Lazy Bum Scramble National Race, which brought thousands to our community, the Taste of San Benito event, which we are looking forward to promoting and continuing, and our San Benito County Hospitality Content Gathering and Creations, where we promote through our social media, beverage, health and wellness, attractions, and lodging. Next slide, please. In our 2019 Visitors Guide, which had over 10,000 copies, we were able to locate and have our guide in over 200 plus hotels, businesses in the Santa Clara County, at the San Francisco's Welcome Center, the San Jose, Monterey, and Oakland airports, Casa de Fruta, Pinnacles National Park, Hollister Hills, the San Juan Bautista Visitor Center, and various other locations throughout California. These were distributed throughout West Los Angeles and San Francisco, our visitor centers, the car rental centers, 7 of the largest Visit California welcome centers, and 6 California airports. These were paid ads on the map, which really highlighted Mission San Juan Bautista, our Cienega Road Wine Trail, Pinnacles National Park, and our very own San Benito County Visitors Bureau. Am I going too fast, anybody, or should I slow down?
No, keep going. You're doing good.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Our Savor San Benito restaurant to go delivery and curbside pickup. This was a huge opportunity for us to be able to highlight our restaurants and hospitality in San Benito. Prior to COVID, we compiled information and we were able to turn it into a full build-out website, complete with over 65,000 views. And what's really is neat, in the 2 weeks of COVID when it first hit, we had over 4,000 active participants sign up to be a part of Savor San Benito, where we encourage spending local and shopping local to help our businesses survive. Currently, right now, our Savor San Benito to go and pick up page has over close to, I would say at this point, 4,500 plus members, which is incredible. Our Facebook views are upwards of 65,000. Our shares are upwards of 2,000. We created the Takeout Tuesday initiative, which is hashtag Takeout Tuesday. We created the Shop SBC initiative, and that helps to promote our hospitality and our restaurants and our industry in San Benito County. Our Savor San Benito Instagram page, it's blowing through the roof. Our Savor San Benito logo and design we help to create and make sure that it's promoted and put through on all our social media websites. If you're interested in being a part of the Savor San Benito website, it actually highlights every single city in San Benito County, all their restaurants and their availability. We encourage you to please go to www.savorsanbenito.com so that you can see a listing of all the San Benito County food and beverage businesses in our community, including our farm to table, our CSA boxes, our wineries, all our open air markets and events. So that's all listed on our Savor San Benito site. We wanted to make sure everybody in our community had proper representation for San Benito County. All right. Am I going too fast? Everybody okay?
We're good.
All right. Okay, thank you.
You know what, Mr. Chairman, if I could stop Ms. Rodriguez right there for a quick question. And
sure.
Oh, you're doing a great job. It looks really.
Thank you.
And the only thing is, I wanted to ask. I don't see anything from the Aromas area. They have a restaurant, and they have quite.
Aromas is
things like that.
Yes, Anthony, Aromas is listed on there. So if you go to the Savor San Benito website and you hit the city Aromas, all cities have their own icons. So it'll say Hollister, San Juan Bautista, Tres Pinos, Aromas. If you hit it, Aromas is in there. And they have the Aromas Grill, Old Firehouse Market, the Marshall's Market. Did you see it? Did you click on it? Yeah, so they're listed in there.
Okay, great. So we're on it then.
Oh,
Good.
perfect. I'm glad you were able to find it. And if you just click on it, it takes you directly to their personal website to help encourage spending in that community.
Thank you.
Oh, of course. Any other questions on that?
No, keep going.
Okay. Next up, we have our partnership with Big Blend Magazine, the National Park Planner. The content is fabulous. Being able to have this collaboration and partnership with Big Blend really helps to promote Pinnacles National Park and all our gateways and pathways to Pinnacles National Park. Through partnership with Big Blend and the National Park Planner, we're able to have people come and visit our websites and able to see what we have to offer in San Benito County, which is our great food, our wine trails, our historic towns, our boutiques, our annual events, our festivals, our distinguished golf courses. I mean, you name it, we're able to make sure that San Benito County is well represented. We have created the content and they help to promote Pinnacles National Park, San Benito County Chamber, Hollister Gateways to Pinnacles National Park, San Benito County Gateway. These are all the views that we get. So these are people that come to our pages to see what San Benito County is all about. And we have content that promotes the Bolado Park page, Juan Bautista Dianza Trail, San Benito County Historical Museum, the San Benito County Historical Park, and the San Juan Bautista Historical Park. So creating that content and having that available for people really helps to reach the masses. So if you look at the very last thing, in 12 months, that's over 6.7 million people that have been able to have views of San Benito County. Any questions?
No.
All right, next page. 100-mile meals. 100-mile meals, I didn't know if you had an opportunity to read about it, and we're really excited to be able to push it even further and promote agritourism in San Benito County. Agritourism is a huge opportunity for us to really highlight all our farm-to-table meals, our CSA boxes, our restaurants, and those that within 100 miles of their restaurant use the food to produce their meals, to have their CSA boxes, and in partnership, we're able to have YouTube videos created, and you can actually watch them on TV. Even with COVID hitting and they weren't able to go out and produce more videos, we segued off of that and created what's called Feature Friday and our Takeout Tuesday, which we continue to promote agritourism in San Benito County. It's basically a launch pad in an effort to build on our investment that we have to make sure that our CSA boxes, our farmers, our ranchers all have equitable share and are able to promote what they have to offer in San Benito County. Any questions on that? We also created pages as well. I know Dulce has those listed for you, where we have build outs on that as well, and Savor San Benito where you can see them. And also we have pages that we put on all social media platforms. They'll let you know everybody in our San Benito County that offers agricultural meals that can be farm to table and provided in CSA boxes. And CSA is Community Supported Agriculture. For those that don't know the acronym, it's Community Supported Agriculture, just to make sure that everybody knows. I'm sorry, sometimes we get a little ahead of ourselves speaking in acronyms, and I want to make sure the community knows what that stands for. My apologies. Next page. Okay, the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Center, we were able to help promote our Pathway to the Pinnacles and create our visitor center with a retail shop, promoting all things Pinnacles and Makers Market and shops within our community that give them a spot to share their wares, and create pop-ups monthly to where businesses have an opportunity to showcase what we have in San Benito County. We also in the future are looking to make sure that we can sell tickets in advance for wine trails, Pinnacles, camping, community events that might take place, the county fair, all of those things. We want to make sure that we are the spot that you can go to get those tickets to visit San Benito County. Currently, because of COVID, we wanted to make sure that we have places throughout our community that can really highlight our visitor center. If you're unable to get out into a retail shop, we have created what's called pop-up visitor centers throughout our county. Here's some of the locations that you can see right here to the far right that says Visitor Center Pop-Up Location. And we have little stand-ups that kind of highlight everything you can do within San Benito County when you're in our area, and make sure that you get the full range of the experience and leave here very happy. So those would be Pinnacles National Park, Hollister Hills, B&R Farms, Thousand Trails RV Park, Lighthouse 55, Grillin' and Chillin' Roadhouse, Grillin' and Chillin' Ale House, Intero Real Estate, Ohana Shape Ice, Eden Riff Winery, Calera Winery, Doña Esther's Restaurant, Hacienda de Leal. Pop-up and retail promote local spending, and this month's feature is green businesses. So this month we've been focusing on the green businesses. We really want to promote local spending. Any questions on that?
None. Continue.
Am I speaking too fast?
No, you're doing okay. Thank you.
Everybody's okay? Okay. Okay, thank you. So here is our budget from July 2019 to June 2020. I'm trying to get this out of the way. Okay. Our initial investment from the San Benito County was $36,750, and then we had our investment from the City of Hollister, which was $27,500, for a total investment of $64,250. We have our part-time director, which is myself, Jen Rodriguez, for tourism and hospitality, and that becomes 50% city and 50% county. We have our visitor center overhead and administrative program cost of $12,000. Our Pinnacles Gateway Partnership, which we pay into, is $2,500. We had videos, 3 commercial series that we have allocated to promote agritourism, hospitality, retail, and attractions within San Benito County, which we paid out to Cool Common Collective. We have our ongoing website, Savor San Benito, which is paid out to Connor Stevens Productions. We've had logos and web social media created content by Legacy Studios and Savage Designs. We have created a partnership with Central California Tourism, which is a co-op, which helps to induce advertising and membership benefits throughout San Benito County and Central California. our Big Blend radio and our National Park Planner, which is $850. Our Valley VIP, we have our mobile kiosk, which we have 2 of them, which we take to all the events to help to capture people outside of our area, and our text marketing, which is very valuable information. Our SBC Business Directory and Visitors Guide, which is the 10,000 copies, which is the and also on digital. So we have not only the marketing through the magazine, we have our digital content as well. Our merchandise and branding, which we have also our resale license to help with the Pinnacles National Park, and then paying for our trademarks and our web hosting. So there you see our budget and how the funds were allocated from July 2019 to June 2020. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, hey, Jan, I got.
All right.
I do.
Sure.
Jan, go back to the budget, please. Thank you. Actually, you don't. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm looking at the Cool Calm Collective Video Production 3 commercial series for $1,600. Wow, that's impressive because the board has gotten lots of video proposals in the well over $10,000. So I gotta commend you guys for doing a good job on that one.
Yes, thank you, Jaime. I'm really proud of that. He is a chamber member, and he came to us and wanted to do something to give back to his community. And we actually told him, this is all we have left to spend. What can we do with this? And he said, I want to make sure that San Benito County is well represented, so I am going to make sure that I can stay within that budget that you have. So we are very pleased that our chamber member was able to allocate such an amazing set of video production for us. And it's kind of funny that we're going to actually release the first video today. So we're super excited about it, and we can hardly wait for you guys to see the first one. And the first series is really promoting our attractions in San Benito County and our agritourism. And it's fantastic. So thank you, Jaime, for noticing that we were able to get such a spectacular deal.
Thank you.
I may, since we're on the that slide with the budget, I'm happy that you pointed out the bargain with the website, and it's really good, Jen. You've done a great job with a lot of this stuff, but going forward, do you see where on the revenue side that some of these businesses that are really getting some really outstanding advertising will contribute to trying to even make this program grow and the outreach grow a little bit? Because I don't think, the county or the city of Hollister, where it looks on this, could, invest too much more without the partnership of, the private sector. Has that been talked about with you and Michelle or your board?
Yes, absolutely, Anthony. We are working with businesses to encourage investing in themselves. We're creating content and showing them what they can get, and if they invest a little bit more, they can get a full B-roll video created for themselves. We actually have a couple businesses that have taken advantage of that, Swink Farms being one of them. If you've been seeing their social media lately, that's through our Cool Common Collective video production. We went in and created content for our social media commercials, and they were able to purchase the B-roll film and create multiple commercials on their own through that. So we're helping these businesses to invest in themselves and create partnerships with us so that we can continue and strive to promote San Benito County. And this is all through collaboration and creating these partnerships with our local businesses, which I'm very proud of that, even during this time, they see the importance of investing in themselves and making sure that San Benito County is got a star on the map.
Great.
And we are actively pursuing additional funding in our own MOU. So, yes, Anthony.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was waiting to the end to chime in. I wanted to make sure it was funny because it's a lot that the chamber's really doing, and it's hard to put it in context, like the actual tangibles. I know it's Some of it is a 10,000-foot view. And the benefit is like multi-layer, right? There's different ways that this thing, I mean, so I'm going to touch on a couple different things, but to a certain extent, I wanted to put it in context because I know for me that when I think about what tourism means, which is the main focus of the chamber, or a really large focus, it literally is trying to create a message with tangible metrics, right? Because that's what Supervisor Botello, you brought up, which had to do with, you know, like, and that has actually been an ongoing dialogue with the chamber, me having good relationship with them, that they want to make sure that there's metrics with their, you know, so I actually requested this presentation, and they were grateful, they were willing to do it, they've been wanting to do it, so, and thank you to our CAO to help coordinate with our chair, because they really want to give you the tangibles of what the benefits that they're focusing on for the community, for the public. So one of the things that we talked about was making sure that there's metrics, so it shows that, hey, this is the money we spent and we used it for certain purposes. I know that's been the ongoing conversation with economic development, so that way we can know that where the return on investment is, you know, so that we know that there's a benefit and ultimately that benefit is paying for itself. And I wholeheartedly agree with Supervisor Botello that that when there's a little bit of investment and those that use that investment to grow the investment, then by default it's something worthwhile, right? It's not something that's going to end up taxing the general fund or something like that, because it's a little that goes a long ways. So so they're trying to create even tangibles for matching funds to show that as they're using these monies, that they're actually generating revenue for businesses, they're generating revenue through sales tax and other opportunities like TOT through for the county. So so the vision is to create a county-wide focus on tourism with a lot of the stuff that Jen was mentioning. So a couple things that I wanted to bring up was Savor San Benito. I feel like Jen, to a certain extent, was a little humble in her presentation because they've done such amazing work. Savor San Benito, by default, that was actually one thing that was on the purview of the business community and the chamber, as far as some kind of quick, immediate, let's get out and hit the ground floor running to support the businesses in the middle of these trying times with COVID and you know, the rules basically locking down businesses. How do you help businesses pivot? That was one of the options. That was one of the thoughts with Savor San Benito, because it was open to all businesses. You didn't have to just be a chamber member. You actually could definitely be they basically what they did is created a website and they linked your business website to it if you had one, and they did a really beautiful, you know, basically cover page on the when you open up their website, and basically shared the kind of the vision of each county, or a little bit of a tangible of each county, or I'm sorry, each city, and then the businesses that belong to that city. So it made it very appealing, and it made it a one-stop shop. That was kind of the big focus, so that if you're a new resident to this community, you just look up Savor San Benito and say, where do I want to go eat a sandwich? You can find a place. If it's in a certain city, you can click on that city. So they made it very tangible, and that was literally out of their own desire to help the community in the middle of these trying times. So, and they mentioned Big Blend National Park Planner. That's something that I'm starting to learn, but it's ultimately trying to tie now a little bit more of the national benefit of national parks, right? We've always said that we have a national park in our backyard and we're yet to capitalize on it. That's exactly their focus, is capitalizing on that. And then she also mentioned the visitor center pop-up locations. I think that was kind of breezed through really quick. To understand the benefit of that, it's literally you're reselling San Benito County at every location. You know, you say, what makes San Benito County unique? I know when I used to work out of town, I used to come and I used to literally say that when I would cross over the 101 onto 25, I felt like time slowed down coming to San Benito County, because it's the rush of Santa Clara where I used to work. My point is when it comes down to a pop-up location, you're literally highlighting the best of San Benito County, and it's growing. So it kind of highlights Hollister Hills, Pinnacles, all these local amenities, San Juan with the mission and the beauty of our community, and it tries to repeat that same message of all the beauty that we have to offer San Benito County to new residents, to current residents that might not even know that you could technically vacation in your own backyard, because we have such a beautiful landscape in our community. And the last thing I wanted to touch on, Mr. Chair, they're directly involved with the city with the outreach for this facility readiness that the county supported. They're working on maps, basically loading zone for businesses, because now that they're with the city council support of yesterday's vote for the downtown, they're gonna have parklets, they're gonna have a new flow of traffic, they're gonna try to design maps to educate the public on that flow of traffic, and even to a certain extent highlight that the benefit of the new facility readiness plan for the downtown businesses with the parklets, so that the community understands what their experience is gonna be when they come downtown. It's gonna be a newly, I think the slurry seal is supposed to be scheduled for the 26th with the support of the city council's vote on a contract on the 21st. So it's literally a go. Hopefully by the beginning of November, you're gonna see downtown parklets, a newly redesigned downtown, and the vote that community outreach is gonna educate the public on what they can expect when they go to a restaurant and enjoy something inside of a parklet with heaters, with even a covering that protects against rain. It's gonna be a whole different experience, and that's something that they're directly engaged in. So I know it was a little long-winded. Thank you for your patience, Chair and the board. But I just wanted to highlight some things that I feel like were really tangible that might help the rest of the board understand that these things are going a long way with the little that they've gotten. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Supervisor Hernandez, I'll be real short, and that is that when the idea came up, I remember we met with Jan and Michelle and yourself, Supervisor Hernandez, and it was a pie in the sky idea, and guess what? We did it. Good job, Jan and the rest of your gang. And, I won't be here next year, but do come back to the board for continued support, because I think you guys did a good product. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the public. Anyone from the public?
For the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Galaxy, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, this is Valerie Eglin, Samuel Batista. I wanted to comment for Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, in absolute awe of what Michelle and Jen have done with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Visitors Bureaus, with especially the exposure of parks. There's constantly new material there that speak to the activities in San Benito County. And when we get our River Parkway and the regional park in there, we will really have a wonderful array of activities for any visitor to come by. Yeah, it is very, very impressive. I'm so supportive of the Board of Supervisors putting money into the efforts, the projects that the Chamber of Commerce is doing. And I believe that because it is a business-based association, that it brings the whole county community together in supporting something. The Board of Supervisors allocations are from the whole public, and what the business community is doing by supporting the Chamber of Commerce is bringing in that private sector. So to me, I believe that the combined private-public partnership that this displays is so good for the county, and I applaud you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next
Thank
speaker.
you, Valerie.
Wayne, if you can state your full name for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, hi, this is Leslie Austin in Aromas, and I'm a big fan of the people who are working to increase tourism in our county. I want to take a moment to recognize Michelle Leonard and Jennifer Rodriguez and their leadership in the Chamber's efforts to bring tourism to the county. I want you guys to know that I've sometimes watched them up close and sometimes from afar, and their collective efforts are just really incredibly creative. There's a whole lot of energy. And as you've noticed in today's presentation, they think and act big even during COVID, when tourism is significantly impacted at all levels and in all cities and counties. I also want to say, because I would be remiss if I didn't, I want to give a big shout out to Jill Pagaran and Heidi Balls of the San Juan Bautista Community Business Association, and also to Mark Fontes with the EDC, who works collaboratively on tourism, because of course it's a significant role within economic development. And really to all the folks that these people work with and collaborate with on tourism efforts, they're working really hard to make an impact, and I really appreciate that. I also think it's been my observation that these folks know when to come together on behalf of the county, and when they need to work individually to meet their own distinctive needs within their respective communities. And just for you, the board, I've watched their progress over the last 5 years, and I've seen improvements year over year, especially in the last year with the Board of Supervisors and the City Council's financial support. I know that it's not easy to triple down on county tourism during COVID, but they've found a way to do it. And I just want to say I'm, personally grateful for all the work that's been done, all the work that's being done, and the future these leaders, who I think are our tourism experts, are envisioning for our county overall. So thank you all.
Thank you, Leslie.
We have no more speakers at this time.
No more, okay. All right, we'll now bring it back to the board. Final thoughts are coming from the board?
I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their support, because none of this could have happened without their support.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Everybody did a good job on this one. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to deviate from the agenda. We're going to go to closed session. And the reason why is because our attorneys are waiting, and if we don't go into closed session right now, it'll be a lot more expensive.
Are we doing all the items, Mr. Chair?
Well, yes, after closed
I don't know
session.
about non yet. I don't know about
Barbara?
non yet.
Right?
Could we could possibly do you need to do this into closed session right now, or at 12:45? I mean 11:45. We could do one more if you wanted.
You could do one more if you want?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do the military and veterans affair. We'll do that one then.
Is that okay with you?
Okay, that's no problem.
It's okay.
We're flexible.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and then continue with regular session. We're going to do veteran services right now. Mr. Chair, is that correct?
Yeah, and then we'll go,
And then after that, we'll go into closed session.
we'll go, okay, perfect.
All right, so who we have on the phone is Joe Farad. He is an analyst at the Military Veterans Affairs Office, and he will be providing you a presentation, board as well as for the public. So, Joe?
All right, so Joe's on the line with us as well. I am actually going to start off. So good morning, Honorable Chair, Supervisor, CAO. Thank you for allowing us a little time this morning. Again, my name is Jason Cameron. I am the Director of Military and Veterans Affairs for the county. Looking over the past year or so, it's been quite a roller coaster for sure. With the logistical shifts to our service and how we connect with the veterans and their family members throughout the county. Luckily, with tremendous support from this board and the Office of the CAO, we were actually in the process of implementing virtual service capabilities prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. With this foresight and strong support for the veterans and family members of the county, the Military and Veterans Affairs Office was able to continue providing all of our services virtually. In fact, we actually broadened our accessibility using technology to its fullest, now able to reach veterans in all corners of the county with the click of a mouse, the ring of a phone, or even using the mail system. We've answered the call in this time of need. Thank you again, Chair, full board, CAO, for your leadership and support for our veterans and their family members. At this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Joe Ferroti, who will give an overview and highlights of the Military and Veterans Affairs Office for the fiscal year of 2019-2020. So we'll go ahead and pass it over to Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors of San Benito County. My presentation is short, and so it should allow you to get to that closed section. My name is Joe Ferrotti. I'm a 12-year Navy veteran and a graduate of San Benito High School, class of 1995. It is an honor to be here with you this morning to present on behalf of the veterans of San Benito County and our Military and Veterans Affairs Office. I'd like to begin by thanking the Board of Supervisors, the CAO, Mr. Ray Espinosa, Deputy CAO, Mr. Edgar Nolasco, and the County Budget Officer, Mr. Stuart Patry, for their exceptional support of San Benito County veterans and the Veteran Service Office. Our office provided our first annual report last year on November 19th to share with the board and the residents of San Benito County how our office continues to serve local veterans. It is our goal to present before the board each year around Veterans Day as our commitment to represent the veterans of San Benito County and their families. The next few slides are designed just to provide a general overview of our services, a current status report, and to reiterate our future goals. If you're like me, even as a veteran, you may be completely unaware of the vast array of benefits that former active service members might be eligible for. The list before you just scratches the surface of the types of veterans benefits that our office helps veterans apply for and enroll in. Because everything's very abstract, I think, for a lot of folks with regard to veteran services, I just want to give everyone an idea of what a veteran service offering looks like. The majority of the veterans come to our office for one simple thing, and that is to obtain this veteran designation on their California driver's license or their California identification card. It's such a small thing, but so important for them to be able to show folks that they did serve their country, and then maybe get 10% discounts, at places that give those veterans discounts. When they come into our office for that designation on the California driver's license, it's just one form that we complete for the DMV. But it gives us the opportunity to have a discussion about all of the veterans' benefits that they might not be aware of. First and foremost, as most veterans don't have their discharge certificate, their DD-214, the one piece of paper that shows all of the service that they provided to our nation. Our office can help them attain that. There's veterans in San Benito County that have what they call bad paper or like a dishonorable discharge or under other than honorable conditions. Our office can help apply for to get that discharge upgraded so the veteran might be eligible for more benefits. The most important discussion we have with the veterans is our bread and butter. It's the disability benefits that those veterans might be eligible for. It's my firm and confirmed belief that everybody that serves even a nominal amount of time on active service leaves a small part of them behind. This is because we tend to be younger, not as careful with our bodies, tend to push ourselves to the max, and a lot of folks who separate leave with disabilities that are going to be with them for the rest of their lives. This isn't combat disabilities. This is things like a sore foot or a sore knee or an injured back, maybe some headaches or maybe some hearing loss. These are the things that veterans, almost all veterans, might suffer from, that they are not aware that they can file a claim with the VA and perhaps get service connected for those disabilities. That service connection for those disabilities leads to monthly compensation from the VA that's tax-free, that can help those veterans toward a better livelihood. Another thing that service-connected disability comes with is a Veterans Health Identification Card. Now, these Veterans Health Identification Card, due to the Mission Act, which was passed in February of 2019, now allows veterans to access military bases to use things like the commissary and the exchange or the morale, welfare, recreation facilities. This is the first time in history that veterans who aren't retired can actually access a military base to do some of the shopping and look around. That card also comes with several other benefits. That service-connected disability then makes the family members eligible for benefits. And one of the largest unknown benefits out there is the California College Tuition Fee Waiver Program for the dependents, the child dependents of disabled veterans. This is huge. The kids that are in high school right now, if their parent is a veteran and that parent has a disability, their college can be paid for by the state of California, and this is all the community colleges, the states, the CSUs, and the UCs, full tuition available, even for a 0% disability, which is like the smallest disability someone might have. Our office helps establish that benefit for those kids. We call ourselves a cradle to the grave service. Every dependent that's born is going to be eligible for services that we can provide. And after veterans pass away, we can provide burial benefits and compensation benefits to the surviving spouses of those veterans. And we're just encourage folks that may not be aware of these benefits to be contacting our office. One of the things that Jason always reiterates to me is that our services are unlike any other county service that folks are receiving, in that folks that access county services, let's say for social services or like the library that presented earlier, there's not any other option for them to go to. With regard to veteran service, there are veteran service organizations out there that try to help veterans file claims and do the type of work that we do. The difference is that our office is accredited by the state of California through the California Department of Veterans Affairs, and also nationally through the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers. All of our 6 accredited veteran service reps are required to know this book inside and out. It's the USCS 38 and the 38 Code of Federal Regulations. They get tested on it, and they have to take classes every year to make sure that their knowledge is sharp, and so that they're filing the best claims and providing the best services. So what does this look like in San Benito County? I just want to give everybody an overview and status report for what do veterans look like in San Benito. Currently, there's approximately 5,280 veterans and dependents in San Benito County. This number's been declining statewide, and every county is seeing a drop in veterans. Our office's goal is to keep those veterans in the county by connecting them with services to help offset the rising costs that everyone's experiencing. And, by the way, we talked about healthcare, help them get into a healthcare system that they can afford. As a matter of fact, the VA in many cases can provide free healthcare to our veterans if we can get them service connected for the disabilities. This is important, supervisors. Only 26.5% of veterans in San Benito County are accessing the veterans benefits. This means that 73.5% of veterans are walking around out there not knowing what this office can do for them and what their service to their country has earned them. In the benefits alone in San Benito County, 12 million, over 600,000 continuing benefits have been paid out to veterans. This is just in San Benito County. The average award that our office processes is nearly $20,000. Now, I don't know about you, but receiving a $20,000 check from the federal government that's tax-free for many people is life-changing. And that's just that financial compensation. That doesn't include the health care and everything else that is now being added to this veteran as an opportunity that they can access. This is our last year of providing services in San Benito County, and I want to iterate something very important. This is our senior veteran service rep, Sherry Stevenson's contribution. This is what one veteran service rep dedicated to providing services in an area can deliver for veterans. And I'll draw your attention to the ball cap that says Disabled Veterans Disability Compensation Awards. Just last year, between July and June 30th, $1.2 million in retroactive payments and $1.4 million in annualized reoccurring monthly payments. $1.4 million in monthly payments was received by veterans just from the work Sherry Stevenson and our team is doing there over in the office. Her and her clerical person, Samantha Kananati Fowler, they filed nearly 1,000 claims. They spoke to and provided services for nearly 2,000 veterans. The high school students that are talking about received over $200,000 in college tuition fees waived. I mean, imagine the money these parents kept in their pockets because maybe they just filed for a disability and they got service connected for it. Not only that, we go through state reimbursement programs through annual subvention, Medi-Cal cost avoidance, and a driver's license program that we have that contributed another over $44,000 to the veteran service budget. One of the places we got hit was our outreach because of COVID. We average about 7 new contacts at the outreach event, and by new contacts, we mean these are engagements that we have. We're connecting veterans with services. Oh, and by the way, our office sends out a customer satisfaction survey to every veteran that we serve because we want to get their feedback. We want to know where we're doing right by them, but more importantly, we want to know where we can improve, how we can do a better service. Over the last year, that satisfaction rate was 89% very satisfied. If we extend that over to folks that were satisfied, we're in the high 90%. But we're not interested in that high 90. We're interested in that 1% where we can make a difference. And that difference was last year a total annual contribution of almost $3 million to the county from one veteran service rep and a clerical assistant. There have been some COVID impacts. Everybody's been experiencing them. Most folks are aware that Veterans Memorial Building has been used for COVID-19 testing. That didn't deter us. We had already been shifting to virtual services before COVID was even being talked about. We had worked on providing Zoom appointments for veterans, and this just kicked us into high gear, obviously, in March when we had to provide services that way. But like Jason reiterated, we're providing services through Zoom, phone, email, regular mail. If a veteran can't get to us, we will make every effort to get to them because we understand what their commitment to our country has been, and we want to make sure that we extend that commitment to them and provide them the services. There were service providers that were coming to San Benito County in the form of the Santa Cruz Vet Center that provides counseling services for combat veterans or veterans that experienced military sexual trauma. There was a mobile VA treatment vehicle that was coming to the county as well as the nation's finest or the Veterans Resource Center who would visit and do HUD match and supported services for veterans' families, housing assistance. All of those services are also continuing to be provided remotely. Veterans have to do with our office and with them in direct contact with the folks that were providing that service to make sure that they can receive the counseling or the treatment or the housing assistance that they require. Our future goals remain the same. We're committed to all of the veterans in San Benito County. We definitely want to focus on our homeless veterans, our most vulnerable. Supervisors, I can't tell you how many times in just the last 2.5 years, a veteran living in their car came to me without $1 in their wallet. And because of this benefits process, we've been able to connect those veterans with over $3,000 in tax-free monthly compensation, access to reduced housing, and they're housed and they have income and their life has changed around and they have health care. This is what we want to offer. We want to make sure there's not a single homeless veteran out there in San Benito County that hasn't accessed our services. We also want to make sure to reach our most vulnerable veterans in the housebound hospice. This is obviously challenged by the COVID impacts. We're doing our best for outreach, and our remote accessibility is where we intend to continue to provide those services. The underreached areas of the county, it was great to hear Supervisor Botello ask about like Aromas, San Juan Bautista, Tres Pinos. We want to make sure that folks in those areas can access our service. One of the best things about providing virtual services is your location is no longer the restriction. It is your access to maybe a phone, the mail, or email, but almost everybody has that access. For those that don't or know someone that's struggling with that, please contact our office and we will do our best to reach out to those folks. We would like to make sure that all of the high school students in San Benito County are aware of that college tuition fee waiver program. Any child of a veteran that's getting ready to pay for college in the state of California, that parent should call our office immediately to see if we can help them. We'd like to see a Veterans Treatment Court become very strong in San Benito County. There is one here in Monterey County. It's a wonderful program to help veterans with like counseling and support instead of going through the normal court process. And then transportation services to Palo Alto and Marina. We're currently in contacts with the VA Transportation Department as well as Monterey Salinas Transit. We're looking at solutions of continuing runs. Now, there is a run that veterans can schedule. However, it's underutilized. We just want to make sure veterans don't have any difficulty getting up to Palo Alto to receive their health care. I'm sorry that I went fast, but I know that you all have some very important business coming up. I want to thank you for your support. My contact information is up there, the phone number for Monterey and for San Benito. Oh, and by the way, because of COVID, we are offering our first ever virtual Veterans Resource Fair. We are going to have all of our service providers through Zoom, just like we're talking today, all in breakout rooms. Veterans are going to be able to join us on November 10th and speak to whoever they want about whatever they want and leave there knowing just that vast array of services that are available to both of our counties. Thank you all so much, very much for your time. And Jason and I are here if there's any questions.
Questions from the board?
I just had one question, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I know Supervisor Medina was in the service, so I definitely want to thank him and all the veterans for their service. That goes without saying that freedoms that we enjoy are a blessing, and I know it's because of these active service members, these folks that were willing to sacrifice so much for us. So my question actually is specifically about that November 10th workshop, I believe you called it, sir. Can we get maybe a link to it, or is there a Facebook link or something that are you going to post it, just so we can help share it, maybe spread the word? I think it would be an invaluable resource to share if we could make it. If we can help, I'd love to help.
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez. I will make sure that everyone has access to that link. We are asking veterans to register so we can know the volume of veterans that we're anticipating to see, and the registration's through Eventbrite. It's a virtual veterans resource fair on Tuesday, November 10th, and I will make sure the county has access to that information.
Thank you.
Supervisor Medina.
Yes, thank you, Joseph and Jason. I do want to mention one thing, and I want to publicly compliment Sherry Stevenson. She's done a phenomenal job here in San Benito County. Without her, I don't know where San Benito County veterans would be. She definitely is the customer service person that just kind of just follows you. I when I came back, I wasn't really interested in any of the benefits or anything that came with it. And Sherry would just call me every week telling me, no, you need to do this, you need to do that. And finally I did. And once again, I just want to thank her for just following through and making sure that she takes care of the veterans. So thank you, Sherry.
Thank you. Supervisor Patello?
Yeah, I want to thank Joe and Jason for a great report. I look forward to this every year. And every year it gets a little bit better. The chairman and I, you know, when we first came on board 16 years ago, this was a tough service. We just weren't quite doing enough back then. But the last few years, it's turned into just phenomenal. It doesn't surprise me to see 89% very satisfied. That's unheard of in any sort of government conveyed service. And Supervisor Medina kind of touched on this, Stevenson, and you know, I kind of expect a little bit more from her. I would like to see more claims and improvement next year, and I expect that. That's the only criticism I have. She's right, of course.
For the record, that is Anthony's stepsister.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think everyone has said what I was going to say, including Ms. Stevens. She's the glue that keeps us going to in San Diego County. And Anthony's correct. I remember when Anthony and I first were talking about this about 15 years ago. The thought of closing it was amazing. I go, are you kidding me? And look at today. So good job to everyone. Open up to the public.
Thank you. Yes, a big shout out to Sherry Stevens, but if it's only 26.5%, how are you all working on improving that? I mean, that's a really low number if we only have 26.5% of the citizens in San Benito County or the veterans in San Benito County not using the program. What is the outreach that's being used so that you can reach out to more people? You say it's declining, so if it's at 26.5 and it's now declining, obviously there's something missing here, so there's got to be something that can be done about that. Are you on all social media? I've never seen any postings locally on social media. So maybe I'm not looking at the right pages, but I've never seen this. I would like also, if I may please, if you can email me the PowerPoint, because I would like to get this out on social media locally on all the pages so that people can know about it. This is really important. And how are you doing outreach to reaching out to the homeless veterans? You say that they've come to you, but how are you going out to them so they can get more help? Let's see. And you say with regards to the vets team court, I think that's what it was called. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't recall it, but I know it was called court at the end. You're saying that it's successful in Monterey County. Well, how do you get it into San Benito County? What are you doing? What are your efforts to get it into San Benito County? If it's working great and you would like to see it in San Benito County, what are your efforts to trying to get it into San Benito County? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no more speakers at this time.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. This is just for informational. Are we ready to go to closed session? Okay, now we will go to closed session. Barbara?
Okay, number 18, closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code section 54956.9, subdivisions A and D1, name of case Frank Barragon versus County of San Benito County Superior Court, case number CU 20-00121. Closed session conference number 19, closed session conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives Michael McDougall, Ray Espinoza, Edgar Nolasco, Stuart Patry, Olivia Barascio, and Barbara Thompson, employee organizations, institutions, association, law enforcement, management employees group, SEIU Local 521, Deputy Sheriff's Association, confidential management, appointed department heads and unrepresented employees pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. 20 is closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, subdivisions A and D1 of 54956.9, name of cases County of San Benito versus Sunny Slope County Water District, case number CU 20-00068, and that's in the San Benito Superior Court. And the one that we just added earlier today was closed session conference with legal counsel regarding initiation of litigation pursuant to 54956.9 D4.
Okay, we will go to closed session now.
Public comment.
Oh, is there anyone from the public on any of the closed session items? No. Okay, thank you. We're gonna continue. All right, anything to report from closed session?
No reportable action?
Thank you. Now we will go to item number 17, right?
I could, you want?
This is out of the county council's office. I'll have county
Oh, sorry.
council
Barbara?
bring this up.
Right. Now, this item was placed on the board's agenda at the last meeting to get an update regarding the funds that were designated by the state for local voter outreach and election support in the November 2020 election, and that was designated by AB 89 and AB 100. So as the board will recall, there was two sources of funds that were going to be provided to the county. One source was HAVA funds, and the second source was funds that were allocated by the state. Now, the state was supposed to budget $35 million to individual counties to help them with the cost of COVID-19 and voter outreach and education. The county did receive HAVA funds. It only received a portion of what it was expecting for the funds for voter outreach of the state funds. So there's been various developments about how that $35 million was spent at the state level, or a portion of it. There was a contract that was originally proposed with a firm, or actually I think they may have entered it, but then it turns out that apparently they didn't have the authority to do that, and the state controller's office rejected the contract that had been awarded by the Secretary of State. At this point in time, there was a letter that was drafted for the board's review, which would propose that the remaining funding of that $35 million be allocated to our county in proportion to what we're supposed to receive of that money, and requesting transparency in how those funds should have been distributed or are distributed to all the California counties. The legislation indicates that the funding is based upon registered voters, but it's difficult to determine exactly how the money is being spent, because you have to anticipate what the registered voters are and how they're calculating that, and that number does change in the days leading up to the election. So I don't know what date that they've actually based that determination on. So it's just asking for transparency about how that money has been divided amongst all the counties. This letter is just really a sample for the board's consideration. If the board had different feelings about how this letter is to be addressed, you can address those, and this is just back at the board's request.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this letter was drafted by county council with my assistance, and ultimately it's just according to the board's support, which the sentiment is to get clarity on the funds that were supposed to be distributed to our county, and ultimately referencing the reality that now that this contract from JD, I believe it was, Knickerbocker, this agency that Secretary of State have gone in contract with, after it was canceled, those funds are supposed to be dispersed back to the counties. There was two things missing to be able to interpret exactly what those funds were supposed to be, and that's basically the formula, the breakdown of how the $65 million and then the $35 million is supposed to be distributed, and then ultimately what that portion looks like for us of each of those respective funds, right? The HAVA funds and then also the general funds. So in talking to Joe Paul, he mentioned that he believes that we're short about $40,000, at least according to his calculations. So this letter is intent on finding that formula, understanding exactly how these funds were supposed to be allocated, so we know exactly what amount of funds we're supposed to get, and then ultimately for them to do the right thing, and that's give us the funds that we already have spent, from my understanding from Joe Paul. He already spent these funds, so he's just looking for reimbursement, which is what this original vote was about through the 4/5 vote of the budget adjustment. So hopefully that makes sense. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hernandez, I will sign this letter with honor if the board gives me permission. Thank you for your direction and input.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patello?
I'm going to support Supervisor Hernandez's letter and his efforts.
Thank you. Open up to the public. Do we have any members of the public?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. we have no speakers at this time.
Thank you. I'll close public comments, and what's the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we support item 17
To
receive update on the, well, ultimately to support the letter and approve the letter to the state officials, including Governor Newsom, Assemblyman Robert Rivas, and Senator Ana Caballero, referencing the need for us to be reimbursed the funds that are due to us by the general fund dollars that were allocated for this contract. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
To,
Second.
Barbara?
to the maker,
Second.
Thank you.
to the maker of the motion, did you want the chair to sign it on behalf of all the Board of Supervisors, or did they want individual signatures on this?
I would not mind signing, but it's the will of the board, either one.
Okay. Just have the chair sign it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you object to that, Supervisor Botello?
No, I don't. That's fine.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. I'll sign the letter
Is
right
that,
now.
please, can I confirm that that's 3-0?
3-0.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
I'll sign that letter now.
Okay.
There's nothing to report out.
Yeah, okay. I was just making sure.
Goodbye.
Good.